size of the land. If it's 2,000, I can remove 1 0 for you, and then so that 0 will find its way into my pocket. Let's deal. And it's something that's unfortunately it's human nature. You can't stop it except when you have automated systems, and then you have a clear process so that the property owner doesn't even need to interact with the system. He or she knows what the size of land is. It's there on the system. When you click on number 1 XYZ road, it will tell you that number 1 XYZ road is 2,000 square meters. It gives you the valuation and you pay. We need to also ensure that there's proper interagency collaboration, especially with the area councils, which are a bit of a headache for us. And then we need to create performance-based accountability measures for all property taxes. One of the easiest ways to enhance or motivate the people in the Department of Lands or AGs is to give them a cost of collection. If they know that whatever charges or fees they recover, then there will be less incentive for them to allow certain leakages to happen. In conclusion, property taxation holds significant potential for raising sustainable public revenue to develop infrastructure and provide social services. And it can also incentivize property development and create value for owners and users and investors. It also creates incentive for proper land use, and it can promote greater government transparency and efficiency in property development. However, we need to have very phased approach to property tax reforms in the FCT and across the entire nation that are realistic and sustainable. And given the current trend towards tax and revenue harmonization by government, the FCTIRS is leading the initiative to introduce a substantive property tax legislation in the FCT and consolidate all property taxes in the FCT. In this regard, the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers should be a critical stakeholder in this process, and events of this nature are very helpful for setting, are helpful in setting the policy direction for government. Thank you.
Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause? Thank you very much. So, please, before we go to the panel session, we want to make a very important announcement. You have the program brochure. So, for every speaker, we have a barcode. All you need to do is just to scan the barcode, and his or her paper comes up on your phone. So, in that way, you just follow what is happening. You don't even need to look at the LED screen. Just be looking at your phone while the person does his or her presentation. And also coming from the Continental, some of our delegates, you're leaving your bags on your seats. Please, the bags does not have name tags on them. It's very important that if you have to move around, you have to move with your conference material. Be it a bag, a handbag, you're not allowed to leave your personal effects on your seats at any time, please. So we don't have issues of theft. Thank you.
We appreciate you once again, sir, for your insightful paper. And we go quickly to the panel session. I want to call upstage quickly the moderator for this session, Mr. Gbenga Olanio. Mr. Gbenga Olanio, please, can we have you upstage? Mr. Gbenga Olanio is a fellow of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors and Valuers, and is also a fellow of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors UK. He's a qualified estate surveyor and valuer, goes without saying, and he started a stint in the real estate world when he worked for Fox & Co. between 1988 and November 1992. He's presently the chairman of Estate Links Limited and Gbenga Olanio and Associates, a firm of estate surveyors and valuers, having retired as managing partner in September 2023. Gbenga is also on the board of directors of several companies in Nigeria and in the UK, notable of which are Mascot Insurance, where he's the board chairman, Capital Corp as board chairman, and Nestor PLC, a foremost oil and gas company here in Nigeria, where he is an independent non-executive director. He's a lover of art and is also on the board of governors of the foremost art museum at the Pan-Atlantic University. He's also regularly invited by institutions to speak on real estate and construction, notable of which are the African Day at the London Business School and Harvard Business School, respectively, where he was a guest speaker. He has attended several executive courses over the years, including the Lagos Business School, Lagos SEB 13, the University of Liverpool for his MBA, and the renowned Harvard Business School, Boston, USA. Please make welcome Mr. Gbenga Olaniyan, our moderator for this panel session. I quickly call up, as is seated, one of our panelists, my Mr. Abiodun Ekebafe. Mr. Abiodun Ekebafe is here representing Mr. Muiwa Ogumilade. Please can Mr. Abiodun Ekebafe come up stage? Thank you very much, sir. Please, we could do better with a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Mr. Abiodun. Thank you very much. Please stand while I quickly do you the honor of a simple citation. So please stand. Let me give a brief citation before you sit, just to honor your presence with us. He is a seasoned project manager, a public sector revenue expert, and has led and participated in a number of high-profile change and transformational projects in the private sector. His subject matter experience spans banking, manufacturing, and public sector revenue collection. He was also part of the team of assessment experts that led the transformation project of the Abuja Electric Distribution Company during the federal government unbundling program of PHCN. The program was co-funded by the World Bank. He has at various times as a tax and revenue consultant to Oyo State Board of Internal Revenue, and also for Osun State, Ekiti, and Ogun State at various times. He's presently engaged by the Kogi State Internal Revenue Service to install and manage the state infrastructure maintenance levy collection using technology. The project covers the 21 local government areas of Kogi State. Once again, please make welcome Mr. Abiodun Ekebafe to our panel. Please have this, sir. Thank you. And I want to call the third member of this panel, my very own dear auntie, architect Mrs. Olajumoke Akinwumi. Please, can you make her welcome? Please come up stage, ma'am. Mrs. Olajumoke Akinwumi is a distinguished leader in the real estate sector with over 3 decades of experience in architecture, investment advisory, project and development management, and affordable housing policy and implementation. In 2008, she co-founded Alethea Capital, a firm renowned for driving impactful investment. Mrs. Akinwumi joined the public service in 2013, over 6 years, where she held various positions, including the managing director of Family Owned Fund, Director General of the Ogun State Bureau of Lands and Survey, and head of the State Housing Agency. Outside public service, Mrs. Akinwumi has been instrumental in the development of passive affordable housing solution. Her expertise in property development and project management is demonstrated by a pioneering role at the Shell Nigerian Pension Fund and a leadership of the real estate subsidiary of Nigeria's largest indigenous energy company. As a certified project manager and green build expert, Ms. Akinwumi is deeply committed to integrating sustainability and innovation in the built environment. Mrs. Akinwumi is a chairman of Purple Group and an independent director of Wema Board Limited. She has had various board roles in Eco Development Company Limited, Federal Housing Authority, and Gateway Mortgage Bank. She is the chair of the advisory board of Women Health and Real Estate, and she's the founder of Build RNG, a non-profit organization dedicated to empowering women in the real estate industry, mentoring the next generation of female professionals, and championing gender equity across the value chain. Recognized as a thought leader, Mrs. Akinwumi was inducted into the Affordable Housing Hall of Fame in 2004. Ladies and gentlemen, architect Mrs. Olajumoke Akinwumi. Now we quickly go into the panel session. Thank you.
Mr. President, noble colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Ango for delivering such an amazing paper. And thank you as well for noticing that distress sales and not necessarily 2 naira. We have 100 billion naira distress sales. It always depends on the market. But I'm not going to start with you because obviously you have spoken, and I know quite a lot of us have questions with regards to how valuers can actually even tap into the taxation system to enable us be more involved in even valuing properties before they're put up for taxation. So I'm going to go straight to Mrs. Akiwumi. You have listened. The question that I want to ask is with regards to sustainability. Real estate sustainability and taxes. How does all this affect developers, and how can we in the real estate world really step into this? Can you hear her? Right.
Thank you. What an amazing start. Good morning, everyone. Sustainability happens to be one of my favorite subject matters, and it has to be for majority of people. And when I speak, when you hear me say we, I'm talking about practitioners in the ecosystem of real estate. And the reason for that is not far-fetched. The real estate sector is known to be such a huge culprit of everything unsustainable. And therefore, developers specifically have to think around this issue and actually put it in the front burner. So now we're not talking just about profit, which is a very important component of what we do, but we're talking about what they term the triple bottom line. It's about people, it's about the planet, and it's also obviously about profits. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in business at all. I think fundamentally, there's a lot of work that the ecosystem has to consider to do, especially when we reference this triple bottom line against the issues of tax efficiency, tax compliance, and the benefits that we ought to derive from any new tax reforms and so on. We have to make the decision to be a leading voice as to how we want the system to work for us. Because at the end of the day, there's only two reasons or so why these conversations are going on about tax. If the tax incentives or the tax environment does not invite private capital, then we have a big problem. If it doesn't grow our sector, we have a very big problem as well. So regarding my views about the ecosystem and the things that we collectively have to do, I think there's a lot more advocating that needs to happen than we have in the past. I mean, this is perhaps one of the first few forums where there's an engagement around tax and tax issues. And I think one of the basic things that has happened in the past is that we think about tax from the perspective of compliance. And so it's always at the back end somewhere, and we tick the box that is done. But in reality, in the business world of today, tax needs to be part and parcel of planning and, you know, talking to developers, even as projects are being planned. So back on the ecosystem, I think that there is a wider community that needs to be dragged into these conversations. And for example, the Green Build Council of Nigeria is an agency that exists. I don't know how many of us have interacted with them. What are the things within the purview of the Green Build Council that the ecosystem should be looking at that speaks to what happens when we comply with certain activities within the green economy? That is not just for developers. It's actually something that the entire ecosystem should be considering. The truth is that in more developed economies, there are tax benefits, there are grants. These are all incentives that enable and encourage the growth of the green economy in our sector. And we need to really look at this. I've read not the entire document, but I've read a lot of what the new tax reforms are, and there seems to be a gap there. Should we blame the tax community? No, that will be our problem because we're the ones who should be speaking to those things. I have been participating on the Nigeria's, I think it's called the that would be the reason why there appears to be a lot of conversations going on about that and a lot of interest from private capital. And that's the same thing that needs to happen in our sector. Otherwise, we haven't really quite gained the benefits of all this tax reform. The other thing that I had a look at is our building codes and where the sustainability issues are stated in our building codes, because nothing sits in isolation. If the building codes speak to sustainability issues, and as developers, these are being implemented, at the back end of it, there must be some benefit for being compliant. Several years ago, when I worked in government, one interesting incident happened. So I was developing affordable housing. And one of the things that came to my mind was, what are the biggest consumers of electricity? And we think about it, is cooling systems, is also things like water heaters. And I was looking at examples of affordable housing projects in South Africa. Yes, so he will speak to that. And one of the things I noticed was in South Africa was all the affordable housing homes had solar water heaters on them. And I thought, oh, this must be quite affordable products. So I made inquiries, and in this country, those solar water heaters at that time were costing at least 10 times more than the cost of a regular water heater. And I thought, why is this so? Then dug in a little further and found out that there was a tax incentive attached to the installation of solar water heaters in South Africa. It's as simple as that. So I'm saying to all of us here that these are the things that we must be thinking and talking about to make sure that we get the benefits. I'll quickly go through one of the last things that I think is important from the perspective of the ecosystem, and that is about carbon credit programs. I bet you that, I won't take a poll, but majority of us don't know what this is and how it can benefit the projects that we do. Carbon credits and the business of buying and selling credits is now becoming more and more important. And we need to educate ourselves and make sure that we have the capacity, either we buy the capacity or we earn by ourselves the capacity to be able to transact at that kind of level. Just a quick note, because the question was for developers.
Yes.
I want to ask, what are developers producing? Are we producing the right type of product that will earn any kind of incentive, even from the current tax reforms? What are the things that we are doing? I think we also need to start thinking about things like research and development. Is it possible for us to, can that become a deductible allowance as far as tax is concerned? But how much research and development do we really do? I would leave this question with a last comment about interactions with different types of capital and the necessity to see capital beyond what we get from some private investors, as we call them, and the banks, and start to look at what impact investors are asking us to do. And this is comment is particularly to developers again, because impact money comes with really stringent conditions, but more favorable terms. And that means at the end of the day that it is possible to get that kind of capital that produces a greater bottom line, which is what we're always looking out for. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say, while absorbing those words of wisdom, you are allowed to clap. And then you did. Thank you very much. Now I'll go to Mr. Ango. You know, I was glad that you talked on valuations. You talked about inconsistent and arbitrary valuations. The question now is, within your current system, how do you determine property values for land use charge, capital gains tax, and other property-related taxes? And I am sure that most people in here would want to know what opportunities are actually available for estate surveyors and valuers.
All right, thank you very much. So just a quick clarification. We currently don't have a land use charge in the FCT. Like I said, the act was not passed for the property tax. So we don't have a land use charge. So we have the ground rents, we have the tenement rates, and then we have all the other charges that are, you know, when you need to do your approvals at lands and all of that. So for the ground rents, it's a very straight line computation. It's based on the size of the property. So if you notice the recent notices of revocations that were carried out by the minister recently, some of the values were quite low. Some people were owing, you know, just a few millions, but they had accumulated over time. So I think it's, I can't remember what the exact amounts are, but the amounts are not significant in that sense. Because I think for the popular one that, you know, a lot of noise was made, the PDP headquarters, I think the total amount being owed was about 9 million from maybe 1999 or so. They hadn't paid. So it's not like the amounts are very significant. The real challenge is with the area councils, where the tenement rates are supposed to be based on rental value. So who determines what rental value is? You know, like the joke I always like to make is that when the estate surveyor, when the person valuing a property is working for the person who is going to pay, the value is low. When it's working for the person who is going to be paid, the value is high. But essentially, that's one of the challenges. For capital gains tax, it's very simple. It's actually 10% of the, you know, gains on the sale of the property. So if you bought something for 100 naira, for example, and then, you know, you want to sell it, there is a competition where you take out improvements and other things, then you deduct all of that, and then when you have the gain, you apply 10%. So I think the stamp duties and the capital gains are very easy to compute. The real problem with valuations is when you come to the arbitrary ones. In Lagos State, they have a very, very clear, I wrote it down here. In Lagos State, in the land use charge, the land use act, the land use law rather, it's very clear. So for owner-occupied residential property, once you get the value, then you apply 0.06%. For owner-occupied pensioners' property, 0% is 192%. Residential property, owner and third party, 0.192. Residential property commercial is 0.38%. And then vacant property and empty land is 0.076. So I think the experience in Lagos has shown that it is always important to have a very clear law. So in Lagos, the only argument you may have is what is the value of the property. The rates to be applied is clear. So I think part of, and I said in my paper that this institution must also take the lead. And that's why when laws are passed at the National Assembly and then we complain about them as citizens, I used to do that when I was on the other side. But you know, now that I'm in government, I think it's imperative, even if you are not invited, force yourself into the room and present a paper, make noise, go on TV, give an interview, write position papers. The funny thing is that the government you think doesn't listen actually listens, and they will take notice of these things. So you need to be involved in the process.
Thank you very much. I think we'll take note of that. We will have to force our way through the door. And indeed, we are taking note of that. I'll go straight to Mr. Ekebafe. Interestingly, I noticed that you have consulted for Oyo, Osun, Ekiti, and now Kogi State, Ogun State as well. So maybe you are quarreling with them in Lagos. The question I have for you is with regards to property tax, real estate taxes in these states. Now, how have you been able to manage this? And how do you really determine them? Let me mention something. As you are aware, you're at a conference for estate surveyors and valuers. So we are always interested in understanding how this works, especially from a value perspective. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olani. All right. I will use one of the projects as a case study to try and answer your question. Right. And that is equity specifically. When we were the lead consultant for the, and also the pioneer for the land use charge project. Effectively to the presentation by the FCT chairman. And the major problem is what we are seeing echoing now. Now, we started that project, we deployed technology to do the enumeration, we deployed GIS to do the mapping, and then we developed a web-based solution that you can pay your land use charge globally, right? So your property has a unique identity number. You can call it off from anywhere, from New York to Tokyo. The picture and the name of the street will come out, and then you can actually pay, right? But that was the process. The law specifically states that the land use charge shall be this percentage of the value of the property. And so we are back to the same question the doctor raised. What is the value of the property? What did we do? I made 2 visitations. One to the real estate department of the Federal Police, to seek for direction. And then I was also trying to reach out to the state office of your institution, right? Now, what I got from both was that government was not ready to spend money on engagement, but government wanted the job done. And so, why the law specifically states that it shall be X percentage of the value? Because the English is very, very clear. It's not ambiguous at all. And so we were left with an option. What do we do? And so I asked the fellow at the estate management department that, can you develop a statewide guide for me? And the man said, there is nothing like a guide. Valuation is valuation. So, and I said, okay, can we do senatorial zone, urban sector, commercial areas? And he said, that will be more like it. Why am I saying this? Now, this has become a major problem. I was reading the report before I came here that the real estate market in Nigeria is projected to hit $2.16 trillion by the end of this year, right? And it has also overtaken oil and gas in contribution to GDP. Now, for every goods and services produced, thank God that the chairman is here, there's supposed to be a withholding tax element attached to it. So let's ask ourselves the question, if the real estate sector is this big, where's the tax money? Now, what big job that your institution will have is the job of collaboration with government. You must not be tired. And the reason is this: government is very big. Government will continue to be big. And now, if you beat a big man, you become his friend. So your institution must find a way to collaborate with government. There have been programs in the past, I must confess, funded by EU, funded by the World Bank, specifically targeting revenue growth via property taxation. I participated in a number of them. But for some of us who are here who are familiar with this donor agency, once they give the guideline, what our people do is to work towards that guideline. They make the head the means, they work towards the and at the end of the day, when that fund is utilized, you don't see so after the fund has been utilized, before you know, it's like you are back to square one. Now, once we're not able to get the value, we
Any final word, 10 seconds?
I want to thank the Institute for this
We are an
institution.
institution.
This
We are bigger than an institute.
for this wonderful opportunity. I think apart from this conference, I think engagement with national government should be step up. That's just my advice. You are so important in what is going on in the property sector that without you, arbitrariness will just
Continue. Yes.
and that's we have to stop. Look, you are an institution that is known for standards. And I think standards should come to the market.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all our panelists. I think they deserve a round of applause.
Thank you. Well, Mr. President just informed me that we have to. Yeah, yes, sir. We're doing. All right. And as regards Mr. Angle's paper, so what he presented was on property taxation at subnational level. So I've been told that in our brochure, we don't have that on our brochure. So but please, coming from the CPC, I've been told that will be passed across to all participants that we're going to get his paper. So we want to apologize for that. And also I've been told that if you want to join the institution, we're also going to tax you to be part of our institution. Thank you. All right, please straight away we want to go to presenting plaques to our panelists and also our paper presenter. To do this is the 19th president of our great institution, a man we love so much. He is the pioneer multidisciplinary professional real estate-based firm as a surveyor and valuer, Bode Adedeji, a past president of our institution, principal consultant, Bode Adedeji Partnership. Please let's give a round of applause as he comes to present the awards for this category. And after that, I'll be reading out how we'll go about our tea break. Please, it deserves more than that as a round of applause. 19th president of our institution. The man we call the white man. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. I don't think I have the permission of my president to break a little bit of a protocol. But there's something I would like us to bear in mind before Mr. Ango leaves us. I would like us to tell him, to tell the authority that the sanctity of CFO or any title document must be defended in all countries, so that some occasional revocation, no matter the circumstance concerning finance, let us guard against it. But all other issues that we have heard about taxation too, is that when we pay in terms of our taxes, when we're in recession, let the government smile on the people through that taxation process. Thank you so much. I'm just speaking on behalf of my president. So if I'm going to be arrested, please go to my president to do that. Well, the third panelist, as I was climbing up there, I managed to whisper something to her that on 2 or 3 occasions I've been opportune to witness where she made some presentation. I only say something about such appearances. All of them really. It's not that they are actually honoring knives alone. But I remember when guys like us were very young, guys who are a lot older than us, and guys who have made such presentation have been our sources of inspiration. So as you present paper and as you demonstrate what kind of social network you have, because by the time somebody is saying, I was once this, I was once that, I appeal to all my colleagues here, whether they are young or there. On that note, may I call on architect Mrs. Akinwumi for Well, I have been asked to present to the moderator as well. He's done very well, but I think it's very sober today because we have had some 2 or 3 attacks on the institution. And he just made some slight counter attack. Please, in the subsequent one like that, please, you have the power because when you are holding the gun, you must use it under the concept that why do people buy guns in America? The logic is simple. It's better to have it and you don't have to use it than to have to use it and you don't do what? You don't have it. On that note, I call on my own brother being Olani to come forward, please.
Thank you. So we're going to go straight to photo ops. I'm going to invite the president, the first vice president, and the second vice president to please join the presenters upstage so we can take a photo session. The members of the BOT, please, been told to join in there. Our host chairman, the host chairman is coming out. Please, the second vice president, please. If it's not here, we just proceed with our pictures. So after this photo session, we'll be proceeding. Okay, please hold on. The second vice president is coming. So please let's smile to the camera. Thank you very much and congratulations. Thank you. Please can we give them a round of applause?
Please, before you go, we should not break the protocol. There is a flag we have not yet formally presented. Well, you know I have to do this for our second vice president. very soon you become the president. If you don't begin to actually honor him now, when he gets there and you get to his secretary and he say, well, Mr. Body is looking for you, you will say, Body who? But remember today that with such a beautiful presentation which has done, and I must let you know one thing, the idea behind asking second vice president to make presentation is to prepare the way that when they're on the chair, everything goes well. On that note, and on behalf of all of us here, it's my pleasure to present this back to you.
Please, can we give our past president a round of applause? Thank you very much, as a Sovereign Value Abode Adediji, the 19th president of our great institution. All right, we're about going for a tea break. So just so you know, we have our international speakers already in the house. As soon as we're back from our tea break, they'll be presenting their own papers. So please, this is the order with which we are going to go for our tea break. Please, it's very important that we listen to these instructions. First on the list, the president, the first vice, second vice president, members of the management team, council members, our resource persons, past presidents, board of trustees, and the fellows. Our tea break venue is at the pool side. So I need to take this again. The president, first and second vice president, management team, council members, our BOT and chair and the members, resource persons, our fellows, past presidents. We are going to be leaving the hall first. And we are walking, it's a long walk, but not too long, by the way. We need to shake our body. So please, and the rest of us, associates, student members will be taking us on the hallway. So please, we'll proceed with that. Please, Mr. President, you're leading us while we make our way to the tea break. And don't forget your personal effects while we sit. Our tea break is just going to be lasting for 15, 20 minutes. So we can come back and continue with the session. Thank you and have a good afternoon. Round, please. Can we get back? Please tea break over, please. Can we reconvene? Please, wherever you are, please, let's make our way back to the grand ballroom and let's be seated. Please, the president is seated, so please, can we make our way back to our seats so we can proceed? As soon as the president is seated, we are going to. All right, the president is seated, so we proceed. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, noble colleague, we're about to go to the second part of our session. This time around, we are going to be having our international speakers taking the stage. Surveyors, please, can we have it quiet, please? Distinguished noble colleagues, please, can we be seated? The next resource persons that will be coming up are our international speakers. So please, can we have our house quiet? Please, can we have it quiet? Photographers, can you exit the hall? Photographers, our non-official photographers, please, can you exit the hall? Thank you. Non-official photographers, please exit the hall, please, so we don't get our bouncers to take you out, please. Let's settle in, please. Can we settle in? Our speakers are ready. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the first paper after our tea break, if you still have your brochure with you, please, will be done by Mr. Jonathan Koller, the Chief Executive Officer of Lansdowne, South Africa. He will be speaking on the paper, The Future of Real Estate in Africa, Emerging Trends and Innovations Transforming the Industry. I'll be inviting as a surveyor and valuer, Jumoke Akure, to come up and read this. Give us a brief of his citation, and afterwards we proceed. Please, these are our international resource persons. Let's do them the honors by keeping our hall quiet. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, noble colleague, all members present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Can I ask Mr. Jonathan Koller to come up stage, please? Mr. Jonathan Koller is the CEO of Lansdowne Properties. an award-winning estate firm in South Africa. Jonathan is a graduate with a degree in marketing and went further to get his certification in sectional title management from University of Cape Town. He started his career with one of the largest real estate developers in South Africa, Summercon Property Development, in 2004, quickly rising to be one of his top sales executives before moving on to set up Lansdowne Property Group in 2006. The business started out in the residential sales, rental, and rental management market in Johannesburg, and over the years has grown into a national business with offices in Gauteng, West Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. Lansdowne has become a market leader in property management, real estate appraisals, sectional title body corporate management, property management, real estate insurance, and among others. This citation is, brief as it is a celebration of the doggedness of a young man who in his early 20s took a company and moved it to a business that manages over 4,000 properties, all over 40,000 properties all over South Africa, with a professional staff strength of over 160. And for that recognition of that level of excellence to service, the company has been dubbed the best rental agency in Africa for 3 years in a row with International Property Awards in London. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be speaking to us. He's going to be speaking to us on the future of real estate in Africa, emerging trends, and innovation transforming the industry. So please, can we give a big Nigerian welcome to Jonathan Koiler?
Thank you very much for the introduction. I appreciate it. I want to give a big thank you to all of you here. It's an absolute honor to be able to speak to you and to have as many of you listen to what I have to say. A special thank you to the Chief Host and President and Chairman of the Council, Mr. Longe, and all the members of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors and Evaluators. So I'd like to give a big hand to them, please. I'd like to start by explaining my entrepreneurial journey. I've only had one job, and I want to give you a little bit of background on that. I went to university and I got a Bachelor of Commerce in Marketing and Management. I did this because my father was a chartered accountant, and he sort of made me go to university, really. I didn't want to go, and he put pressure on me, said, I'm a chartered accountant. You're closing a lot of doors by not going to university. I'm sure if any of you have fathers, you've had that from them. So I basically got a marketing degree just to keep him quiet. After I got the degree, he swiftly asked me what I was going to do. When am I going to get my first job, et cetera, et cetera. And he started putting pressure on me. And at that time, I was sort of apprehensive to get working. I was appreciating him sort of helping and supporting me. And I managed to get a job with the leading Johannesburg property developer as a sales consultant. So real estate wasn't really a choice, that I chose. I didn't sort of wake up and I was passionate about it, but it was the first job. I joined part of their off-plan sales and marketing team, and that's sort of how I got involved in real estate. About 1.5 years into getting involved in real estate, I realized that I didn't want to be the sales consultant anymore. And I didn't want to be the CEO of the company either. I wanted to be the founder of the company. I wanted to start my own business. So in 2006, I started Lansdowne Property Group, which is the business that I still own 18 years later. I started this business to become one of Summercon, which was the property developer that I was working for, to become one of their sales and rentals agency. And a couple of years later, I started the business, and a lot of the clients that I'd spoken to before starting the business didn't really support me when I started. And this is where the Nigerian sort of South African influence came in. is when I was working at Samarkand, the CEO of Estate Links, who was in Johannesburg with a couple of his investors, came through and wanted to buy investment properties in Johannesburg. And I turned to him and I said, if I start my own business, will you support me? Will you give me your properties if you buy any in South Africa for me to manage? And he said yes. There were a lot of clients that said yes to me, but he was actually the only client who gave me the business. So my first client when I started my business was a Nigerian, and I'm forever grateful for that. I started my business with nothing. I started out of my sister's garage. I didn't have any money. I was the receptionist, the tea lady, the financial manager, the CEO, and the receptionist all in one. So it was really, really difficult building that business up. The initial business I started was Lansdowne Investment Properties. It was a sales and rentals business. Later on, I started a property management business where we ran the financial side of body corporate. So we built levies for estates, we built levies, collected the levies, paid service providers. And what I quickly realized is that, there was a gap in the market for property management. Since then, I've started businesses, Lansdowne Estate Management, which is sort of facilities management, day-to-day management. We've got Lansdowne Rental Management. We've got Lansdowne Utilities. So we do prepaid billing, water, electrical, gas meters. We've got a financial services business. So we lend body corporates and estates money for arrear levies for special projects. And we've got an insurance business as well. So we insure the buildings that we're managing, as well as provide short-term insurances to the businesses that we are we're providing real estate services to. I would say one of my big breakthroughs when I started my business is that we got the management to manage Steyn City. Steyn City is the biggest residential property development in South Africa. It's 1,000 hectares, in which we provide off-plan sales and marketing services. We provide property management services as well as rental management services. So this was really good for our career and really put us on the map by managing the most exclusive estate. I always say that my business grew equivalently to my maturity as a man. When I started my business when I was 24, I was young and I was arrogant, and I thought I had a lot of money and I had no money at all. And so the first 10 years of my 18 years of business, I would say it was me working out what true experience and wealth and respect really was. And when I found out what that was, then my business really started to grow. In 2015, I joined an organization called Entrepreneurs Organization. It's an organization of 19,000 members worldwide, in 220 cities over the world. And I think really sort of joining Entrepreneurs Organization also really gave me the focus to take the business to another level. I think that also sort of culminated with me meeting my wife, and meeting my wife really gave me the maturity to grow a proper business. And just give me 2 seconds.
Please, can we get seated, please? Please, let's get seated. Can we close the door? Please, close the door, please. The door. Can we get seated? We can't enjoy this presentation with this noise. Can we just keep quiet so that we can flow along? Thank you.
How's it, guys? I'm back. So yeah, I think it's one of the questions that always gets raised is, because we've got over 45,000 residential properties under management, is how do you manage 45,000 properties? I'd say obviously one of the must for every property management business is to have the correct property management software. Very, very important. You know, we've been through a number of different softwares, and we recently actually moved from MDA, which is more sort of a commercial property management tool, to WeConnectU, which is more a residential property management tool. We did that change last year. The change management was immense. You can imagine with that amount of properties under management. Yeah, you know, so I'd say property management software definitely makes the automation, you know, the automatic levy billing, debt collection, legal procedures much, much easier. But more than property management software, and I'll say this all the time, is the correct staff. If you've got the correct portfolio managing, which is managing a portfolio of properties, your clients are happy. If you've got the incorrect portfolio management, your clients aren't happy. You know, so I think for business retention, it's vital to get the right staff. Now we've got over 200 staff in 5 different offices nationally, and you know, I think to motivate that staff to understand, you know, I used to think it is quite fluffy having sort of a vision and core values, and what I've realized is that it is so important to have that shared vision, and to sort of drive those core values into your staff. Because accountability for me, which is one of Lansdowne's core values, is not accountability to a staff member. You know, so we actually employed a consultant to come into our business and work on culture from the receptionist all the way up to the CEO to make sure that we've got a shared vision and shared core values. And that's really helped us implement service across our client base. And then the number one thing of retaining clients is relationships. We've lost many contracts where our service has been excellent, but the relationship isn't there. And we've kept a lot of clients with the relationship being excellent and the service being terrible. And I'm not trying to say that you don't need good service, because if you're trying to build a proper business, you're going to need services implemented, and your operational excellence across your organization is going to need to be great. But if the relationships with the clients are there, and as a CEO, you need to keep those relationships with your clients, even the clients that you made when you first started your business, and never forget that, because when you lose the relationships, you're going to lose the clients. I wanted to touch on compensation for staff. In South Africa, well, first of all, let's say that there's estate agents and there's evaluators, but the evaluators work for the banks. So it's quite nice to see an organization that you guys have where you guys are professional evaluators and you can sell and you can rent. I think it adds a larger amount of value, and increases the professionalism in the industry, which I can really respect. Because in South Africa, an estate agent will sell the property, and then the purchaser will go and apply for a mortgage. And in South Africa, the mortgage market is very good. You know, the prime lending rate at the moment is 11%, for example, and guys get up to 90 to 100% bonds, depending on the value. And how the bank then keeps the value relative is that they've got independent evaluators employed by the bank on their panel that go out and value the property to make sure that, because if the bank is lending money, they obviously want to make sure that the correct value is there. So that's how the value. But it would be great if state agents in South Africa also did an evaluations course and had an organization like this to join. And agents generally they work on a commission basis on a 50-50 split between the agency and the sales consultant. And there are agencies that go higher up in terms of percentage, up to 70, 30, et cetera, et cetera. But in my experience, how we retain our agents, we're on a 50-50 split, but how we retain them is to give them pipeline. The more pipeline of properties they have to sell and to rent, the better retention for the staff member. How do we get the pipeline? We partner with property developers. Lansdowne manages the largest property developers in the whole of South Africa. We manage Baldwin Properties nationally. It's the largest residential listed business. And yeah, we manage about 15,000 of their properties. You know, so our agents stay with us. But based on the property management service, our agents stay with us because we've got all of those properties to rent and then to sell and then to manage, you know, so they stay with us not because of a larger commission split, because of pipeline of clients. I wanted to share some experience about sales and marketing. You know, I'm a big Audible fan. I'm not a big reader, but I like listening to things, so I downloaded a book by Grant Cardone called The 10X Rule. If you guys haven't listened to it, I really suggest that you do. And he sort of, that's Grant Cardone, it's a 10X rule. And he sort of explains sort of leading with extreme accountability. And it tells you exactly how to market your business, how to market your brand. And a couple of the things, a couple of the quotes that he says, like his sales teams, he likes to have very high level in terms of sales targets. And then, one of his quotes, he says, never reduce your target, always increase your actions. And I think that's very important for a sales team. If you as a salesman want to sell more than the next person, you can always outperform them. You can always put in more action. The agents that put in more action in my business do more sales and more rentals. And I think it's very, very important. It's very, very easy for me to sell, but for me to get my sales agents to sell, we need to give them training. We've got a consultant that's come into our business that does sales training, and we've developed a sales playbook. It's a Lansdowne sales playbook. It's literally a cold calling, because sales agents, in my experience, don't like to cold call because they don't know what to say. They don't want to bug people, etc., etc. We've got a playbook of exactly what to say. You call the client's irritated that you phoned them, exactly what to say on the next line, exactly what to say on the next line. And we play these playbooks out week by week with the agents, and they get better and better at selling. Also branding, if you're a real estate professional, if you're not wearing branding, I'd be wearing a Lansdowne brand on the suit if it was up to me, but I was told I need to be smart, but I always brand my business. My car is branded. I've got 200 cars on the road branded. My shirts are branded. I brand my business. I've got on Instagram. But I know people say social media is about every single time you go into LinkedIn. So I want to implore you guys, if you want to increase your sales, post on social media as many times as you can. I've had friends that I've been the best man at their wedding, that I see on social media that they're posting a property that they've got for sale. And I phone them and I say, what's happening? Why didn't you get me to sell a property? He said, oh, does Lansdowne do sales? This is my best man. I've known him for 20 years. He sometimes forgets that he does sales because he will just Google and get the biggest agency out there to sell their property. And then we got that property back from him and then we sold it. But you have to, if you're a real estate professional, tell the world, tell your network what you do and you will increase your sales. One thing that has really worked for me is PR. Doing PR has really, really helped my business. In fact, the biggest client that I ever got was from PR. I sort of cold called the CEO of a listed property developer's son. And I called him and I said, where are you working today? And he was working at a development that he was selling. I drove into the development and I explained who I was. And I said, listen, I'd really like to work with your father and I'd like to manage his properties. Will you introduce me to him? So he said, yeah, sure. I'm having breakfast with him tomorrow morning. And I said, thank you. And I sort of got in my car and I drove away. But I didn't know if he was going to actually introduce me to his father. He didn't know me at all. Anyway, the next day he phoned me, said, I've had breakfast with my father. He wants you to phone him. And to cut a long story short, I went and met with him. We hit it off really, really well. And now we manage their developments nationally. Years later, I'm at Stain City, one of the developments that we manage. And I'm having a drink with him and his wife. And his name is Slade. I said to him, Slade, I've never really thanked you. I sort of drove into the development. You didn't know who I was. And you introduced me to your father and you literally doubled my business. I'm really, really grateful. And he said, no. I had read some articles in the newspaper about you. You had written articles about the buy-to-let market. And I knew exactly who you were. And that's the power of PR. If you guys are in the real estate industry and you're writing articles about rental, sales, property management, and you're trying to get into the newspaper and you're doing radio interviews, it really makes a lot of sense. In fact, Bill Gates said that if he had $1 million left out of in his entire business, he would spend it on PR. So if you guys own real estate businesses or you're real estate professionals, write an article about the real estate market, try and get it published. You never know. PR is an inbound marketing strategy, and I can really, really recommend it. I was going to speak a little bit about taxation, but you guys have spoken about it a lot, so I'm going to leave it. I want to talk about I've just got two things left. I want to talk about the South African property market. Traditionally, Johannesburg has been sort of the major hub. That's sort of like the biggest city around Johannesburg. It's about 10 million people. And then also Cape Town has been more sort of the coastal sort of seaside place. That's sort of turned completely around due to infrastructure concerns. So the ruling government at the moment generally sort of manages the Johannesburg area. And the infrastructure hasn't been doing well. And because of that, there's been literally no capital appreciation in the Johannesburg market for the past 10 years, which is quite interesting because it's a good time to buy now, because I think the market's bottom out. And Cape Town is being driven by good infrastructure. We call it semigration. A lot of people moving from Johannesburg down to Cape Town because it's safer and it's got better infrastructure. So that's driving the Cape Town market. But I do believe that the Cape Town market is sort of at a peak at the moment, and I'd be apprehensive to buy at the top end of the market. Versus Durban, which is KwaZulu-Natal, which has had also a grave infrastructure concerns, security, floods, etc., etc. That's really affecting the property market. But I think we ask ourselves the same thing that you guys do. Should I buy a property in Nigeria? Where you've lost, 30 years ago, when it was $1 to 80 naira, now it's $1 to 1,500 naira. Similarly, in South Africa, where it was 7 to the US dollar in 2010 during the World Cup, and now it's 18. So South Africa compared to Nigeria, we've lost about 8% capital depreciation against the US dollar year on year for the last 30 years. So not bad for an African country, but still bad, because if you're buying a property in South Africa and it's got 8% capital appreciation and you've got 8% depreciation against the US dollar, surely it's better to just buy an offshore equity, sort of a dollar naira or dollar rand based equity that you can get in and out of, So I think us as Africans, I might be an international speaker, but I'm an African. I'm from South Africa. My family have been there for years, and our biggest concern is: are you going to buy locally, and not be hedged against the US dollar or not? I think that's one of the biggest learnings there. And I want to one of my last points is the catchphrase in the real estate around South Africa and the world at the moment is sustainability. People are talking about the Green Building Council, building a 6-star rated building, etc., etc. What materials are you using? I want to talk about changing that around. So to be sustainable for you as a real estate professional, creating annuity in your business. Are you guys in this situation each month where you have to sell a specific amount of properties or rent a specific amount of properties to earn ends meet for that month? Creating an annuity business. That's why I got involved in property management. And I never forget, on the 27th of March 2020, South Africa was put into lockdown with COVID. At that particular time, I wasn't in love with my business. I'd had it for many years. I'd sort of lost momentum. But I looked around and businesses were closing down left, right, and center. Restaurants were closing down. And guys were under serious pressure. And because of my property management business, we were an essential service, so we bill people levies or rental statements so they can pay us, so then we can pay the service providers. And during that time, we had 0% revenue loss during that period. And that's when I suddenly realized, wait a minute, this property management thing is not a very sexy business, but it became very sexy at that time where I had absolutely no pressure over COVID and our business actually increased in revenue. So I think I would ask yourself, how can you guys create more annuity in your business? We've still got agents working for us nationally, selling and renting every single month, and we're driving those targets to try and increase revenue. But what happens if your agents do not narrow that month? You need something to create annuity for your business, which will keep you sustainable in your business, keep your employees sustainable, and keep the country employed. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak in front of you. I hope you guys got some nuggets from that. And I look forward to being on the panel tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan. Well, just to inform us, we have it on good record that that paper is not on the brochure and we don't have it, so that's why it was not being projected. But I've been told that he came to share his experiences with us over the years. So that will be made available and it will be shared with the Central Planning Committee, and that will make sure that everybody gets a copy of that presentation. Also coming from the CPC and the President's table, those of us at the rear, we want to beg, please, let's just try as much as we can to tolerate ourselves. I want to also apologize for the atmospheric condition of this place. It's being worked on. Very soon you'll stop fanning yourself. It's very unnoble-like for us to be fanning ourselves while we're sitting in the conference. So we're very sorry, and trust me, it will not happen again. So we're going to the next paper presentation, paper 4, real estate markets and financial markets, regulatory framework, circular economy, green financing, and sustainability perspectives in Nigeria. To be presented by the chairman, Eximia Realty Company Limited, Mr. Hakeem Oguniro. Please a round of applause for him as he comes on stage. And ESV J.A. Jumoke Akure will be coming to read his citation. Please, he deserves more than that as a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you.
Kindly just stand for a few minutes while I read your citation, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Mr. Hakeem Oguniro, the founder and chief executive officer of Eximia Realty Co. Limited and Mercury Nominees Investment Limited. He is also the non-executive chairman of the board of directors, Lagos Building Investment Company PLC, and a non-executive director, Rail UK, and a few other companies. He retired from UAC of Nigeria PLC in 2018, having served as the managing director of UACN Property Development Company Limited PLC, UPDC, from 2010 to 2018, and managing director of MDS Logistics, a division of UAC of Nigeria PLC between 2000 to 2010. He is a member of the National Association of Real Estate Investment Trust, NARET, the worldwide representative voice of REITs and limited and listed real estate companies, a former president and chairman of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria, and an executive committee member of the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Oguniro graduated from the University of Lagos in 1984 and passed the bar exams of the Nigerian Law School in 1985. He later obtained his LLM and MBA degrees from the University of Lagos. A former Fulbright visiting scholar at the Yale School of Law School, USA, he has attended several high-level management training programs, including the Unilever International Management Seminar IMS UK, General Management Program of Ash Ridge Management Company, Strategic Leadership Program of Cranfield University UK, Real Estate Management Program of Harvard Business School USA, Senior Financial Management Program of the London Business School UK, and the Housing Finance Program of the Wharton Business School in the USA. He is a recipient of many awards, which includes the federal government scholarship for high economic standing and the Fulbright scholarship to Yale School in the USA. is happily married to Mrs. Iyabode Oguniro, a professor of law at the University of Lagos, and they're blessed with 3 lovely children. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Mr. Akim Oguniro.
Thank you very much, the president and members of council and the executive committee and the planners of this conference. I'm really honored to be back here again, to speak with us on this very important topic. My topic is real estate market and financial market regulatory framework, circular economy, green financing, and sustainability perspectives. So it's like I have to speak on 4 major topics in the 20 minutes or so, which I have. Now, what I've done, let me just explain what I've done. I know that the whole essence, and by the way, thank you, Niesv, for this topic, very forward-looking. These are the kind of conversations that we have to force in our industry. During the last panel discussion, if you listen to Architect Jumoke Akinwumi very well, one of the things she said was that the real estate market is notorious for everything unsustainable. You know, so talking about sustainability and the future of real estate is actually very, very important. You know, so I've divided the paper into like 3 or 4 parts. In the first part, I look briefly at the imperative of the intersection between the real estate market and financial market and regulation. Then I look at real estate and sustainable development. I look at what I've called impacts and mitigants, because at the end of the day, sustainability and green financing, they are some of the mitigants of the impact of real estate activities on the environment. Look at a few Nigerian perspectives, and then I try to pull it all together, because at the end of the day, I believe that the thinking behind this topic for Niesv is for us to start engaging ourselves on how we must shift real estate from a linear economy to a circular economy. I think that's just the whole essence of this. So I try to pull everything together. What is circular economy? And how do we infuse the principles of circular economy into the real estate sector? And then I will close, hopefully. Now, I don't know whether you are seeing in my slide 1, I have a slide which I've called real estate and financial market regulation. I believe you've seen in the last 24, 48 hours, SEC has issued a public disclaimer for one of the biggest real estate entities in Nigeria. Now, why is this very important? Real estate sector is the 3rd largest sector in the Nigerian economy, of the GDP in the Nigerian economy. So after agriculture and trade, we have real estate. So as a sector, we are a very large consumer of capital, both in the capital markets, in the money market. We're also very large consumers of capital, even in the retail markets, because a lot of the times we tend to underestimate the power of the retail markets in this country. You know, but I've had the privilege of engaging in public issuance of capital like 3, 4, 5 times in the past. And I know that there's depth in the retail market. And if you doubt the recent events in this country with CBEX, you know, with CBEX, we know that with CBEX, over 600,000 people were involved and over 1.3 trillion naira was involved. That shows the depth of the market. So the objective of financial market regulation, one of the main objectives, is investor protection, is customer protection. And I think as real estate players and practitioners, and I'm going to be speaking about for the industry, not as a developer, which I am, as practitioners in this industry, we have a responsibility to ensure that we do things that boost the confidence of people to invest in this sector. We don't do things that drive people away from the sector. So SEC issued this disclaimer, which is very important. And you also see that in the past, EFCC apprehended a developer within the last 2 weeks in Abuja who has also collected money. I mean, the guy was marketing 31 estates. He didn't have any estate. So, these are the kind of conversations that should take our time in this respect. I just did that as my opening remark. Now, in my introduction, I've titled my introduction an indispensable shift. And I've taken a quote from my book, just to underscore what I'm trying to say here. And the story behind this quote was that when I finished writing the book in 2020, I sent the book for peer evaluation. There's a chapter on taxation. So I sent it to a partner at KPMG. And then the remaining book I sent to a professor. Many of us will know Professor Paula Kisomi, in South Africa. So they both reviewed the book. At this time, I believe I had written my last chapter. But when the evaluation from Paula came, they said, no, that you need to look at what is next, the future of REIT regulation. So I had to go back to my research. And I found out that there are three emerging areas that I needed to look at. One was technology. So I had to look at the future of REITs regulation on technology. One was risk management. And one, of course, was ESG and sustainability. So in that book, I said, the focus of property investors on environmental, social, and governance matters in property investment decisions has intensified in recent years. In line with the emerging broad philosophy of reconciling economic prosperity with social responsibility and environmental stewardship, developers and property investors must operate with that consciousness. Decarbonization has become a key agenda for the real sector, given its increasing contribution to worldwide gas emissions. Now, the built environment is always regarded as laggards when it comes to embracing shifts in the global ecosystem. We're always like the last. Take the example of technology for example. When people in supply chain management, people in sales, in distribution, banking, and finance, when they readily embrace technology and they focused on using technological innovation to drive their segments, in real estate, we were still sleeping. But because policymakers and regulators, they had nothing to lose until we woke up in the real estate industry and we started telling ourselves that at this rate, we'll be left behind forever and ever. But it's not the same thing with climate change. Today, we are told that real estate contributes over 40%, and I have some slides there. Real estate contributes over 40% of global carbon emissions. 70% from building operations, 30% from construction activities. So the overreaching consequences of climate change, they pose existential risk to cities in terms of floods, storms, fires, extreme heat, and other serious risks. So it became clear that climate change could no longer be a peripheral matter for real estate, for the built environment. It had to become a matter of mainstream consideration. In my next slide, I showed this slide showing that the built environment contributes 42% and the breakdown of all the impacts on the environment. And this tends to underscore the necessity for us to start considering the mitigants, as I said earlier in my presentation. Then I look at real estate and financial markets. The real estate sector is a large consumer of money. I always say that real estate is a financing game. It's a financing game to consume so much money. It doesn't matter how good your designs, your strategy, your concepts are. If there's no money to execute, you can't do anything. Finance is also important in real estate because you also have a responsibility to be able to match your assets and liabilities sustainably over the long term. So real estate, whichever way you look at it, finance is very critical. So as a sector, we approach the financial markets to widen our pool of investors. We approach we take money from the money market. We also approach the capital market. Now, over the years, there has been progressive shift in the understanding that it is not enough as corporate organizations to simply deliver profits. Economic performance is important, but it has to be balanced against social performance and governance issues and things like that. And that underscores the significance of sustainability for real estate. So you can see the link between financial markets and real estate. And what are the drivers of change in this respect? You know, I mentioned a few drivers of change. And number one for me is the increasing competition for capital. You know, I always, whenever I discuss the future of real estate, I always say that one of the main challenges that real estate faces is competition from alternative asset classes. Real estate as an asset class is typically illiquid. You know, but today you have simple, nimble, easily scalable asset classes. You know, so competition is real. The focus is no longer about risk and return and regulation. It's about this capital. What impact does it have on the larger society when you deploy the capital beyond the corporate performance of the organization? So increasing competition for capital, increasing mandatory environmental and social regulation. So there's a greater awareness now on the need to focus on ESG, environmental, social, and governance perspectives. And the pressure, this pressure on the players, pressure from investors, pressure from government, pressure from policymakers are the factors which have driven the issue of sustainability to the center stage. Intense focus on formulation and execution of sustainability, you know. Then I have this slide, you know, which I just want to quickly speak about, nexus between real estate transparency and regulation. You know, anytime I discuss regulation, I always like to stress that the whole essence of regulation at the end of the day in real estate is to achieve one thing, is to achieve transparency. Everything about regulation from beginning to the end, you want to achieve transparency. You want to have a system where the parties, I mean, like the guy who spoke about taxation of this money. You want to know the rules, you want to know the regulations, you want to know how to go about it. You don't want to have a consultant who will appoint a consultant, who will appoint somebody. It's about regulation. But why this slide is very important to me is that in discussing the nexus, you'll see that sustainability is a clear element of that journey to transparency. And I'll be saying more about that in the next few slides. Now, I've been asked to look at the Nigerian perspective. And the first thing I like to just say is that Nigeria is listed among the top 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change globally. And we've seen examples. We've seen the flood in some parts of the country in the past few years, which were so phenomenal. And in some cases, they even look unbelievable. You know, so we are at the risk of the impact of climate change. And like other countries, there are other risks that face the country: deforestation, desertification, air pollution, inadequate and ineffective waste management, severe flooding. You know, most of our cities are not resilient. The SGD goals is campaigning for building resilient and inclusive cities. But most of our cities, because they're not planned from the beginning, they're not that resilient. But in 2015 rather, Nigeria joined in signing the Paris Climate Agreement, thereby committing to protect the environment and mitigate global warming. Why is that important? It is important because it shows that as a country, we have also understood the need to align with global standards and to show the rest of the world that we understand where the direction is going. So regulators and policymakers are working to create suitable framework for pushing the sustainability agenda in Nigeria. And by the way, if you look at all the regulations, the SEC regulation, the CBN regulation, the NITI regulation, and the Code of Corporate Governance 2018, they all emphasize the need to drive the agenda of ESG. As a matter of fact, the code, there's a whole principle 26 of the National Code on Corporate Governance that is devoted to sustainability and ESG. And as a country, we also declared our ambition to cut emissions through what was called enhanced nationally determined contributions. Nigeria pledged 20% emissions reduction below business as usual. So sustainability is a critical conversation for us because we are prone to the challenges that come with climate change. We are prone to the negative consequences. We are prone to issues. I mean, if it rains in some cities in Nigeria, you know what happens immediately. You know what happens? If a part of the city has a small issue, you know what happens? You know what has happened to flooding, to heat, and all those things in some parts of the country. So it becomes critical for us to understand the need to drive this agenda as the world is driving it. So I'm just going to do now, I haven't laid that foundation, is to look at sustainability very briefly, look at green financing very briefly, and try to tie everything together. I call it pulling it all together, and see how we can use sustainability, green financing, and similar instruments to transit real estate from a linear economy to a circular economy. Now, one of the things I want to mention is that, for real estate operates on a simple process: take, make, and destroy. So you bring materials into the industry, you use the materials, and when the building gets to the end of shelf life, you just demolish, and then you send you call Baba Sharafa and Baba Taoib to come and buy all the steel, to come and buy all the windows. So all the wood will end up with the woman making amala somewhere. All the steel will end up somewhere else, and all the rubbles will end up in the sandfield. That is antithetical to the principle of circular economy. Because the circular economy, the underpinning philosophy of the circular economy is that the materials that you use in that process, you have to be deliberate in your design, in your construction, to ensure that those materials, you find a way of reusing, manufacturing, recycling, so that you can prolong the shelf life of those materials for as long as possible. And that is contrary to what real estate preaches. Real estate is take, make, destroy. But that's not what circular economy is about. So sustainability is a set of principles and practices that aim to minimize the impact of buildings and communities, while also promoting economic and social well-being. Again, I go back to architect Jumoke when she was speaking. She spoke about people, profit, and planet. So today, it is no longer about profit. It's about the people, and it's about the planet, it's about the environment. So what sustainability says is that, what are those practices that we can begin to infuse in our processes that can help to ensure that the right balance is maintained between our profit objective and the environmental impact of our activities? That is just what sustainability is telling us, So, and why sustainability? It addresses the environmental impact of urbanization. It leads to economic savings. Today, one of the major principles of sustainability is energy efficiency. And I'm sure most of us here will agree with me that in this country today, the question of energy efficiency has become an ambulance matter. We all know how much we pay for band A and the power that we get for band B or band C. We know how much it takes. So when you get to a level where people begin to preach to you that when you design your building, design it in such, and people tend to talk about green from a perspective which is totally wrong. It has to, when you're talking of energy efficiency, it has to be from the design. So I was involved in a project many years ago that from the design, even the orientation of the building was deliberately done, taking advantage of sunlight. The orientation was such that it reduces the need for lighting. So most of the time, the lighting you use is natural. And the windows were deliberately constructed and positioned so that you can get very airy environment without depending on mechanical cooling. These are simple principles that you infuse into the design. So at the end of the day, the real issue is that sustainability is very beneficial and it drives long-term economic prosperity. What are key principles? Energy efficient design, water conservation, utilization of sustainable materials, and the issue of sustainable materials is very critical, particularly in circular economy. Because circular economy says, whatever material you bring into the development of this building must be a material that we can recycle and reuse. So it means that even for something as simple as your furniture and your wood in your design, from the beginning, you must understand that these are materials that you will expect to biodegrade in the future. And if you expect those materials to biodegrade in the future, you will not use nuts and bolts. You will use biodegradable glues, biodegradable paints, so that everything just happens seamlessly in that process. And these are the kind of issues that we need to begin to drive in this respect. Sustainable infrastructure, and of course, embedded landscaping. I took a brief look at sustainability reporting in Nigeria. I mean, this is an area in which we have done so well. Let's say very robust framework for sustainability reporting. It's a critical element of ESG accountability, and that's a very strong framework in Nigeria. The NGS acts sustainability disclosure guidelines, mandating listed company to report on their ESG practices. CBN has sustainability banking principles. HAMA 2020, the Nigerian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. They all contain major programs, provisions driving sustainability. And of course, like I mentioned, the Nigerian Code on Corporate Governance 2018. So sustainability exposes us to principles and practices that help us to mitigate the impact of climate change. Same with green financing. And green financing is as simple as make funding available to eligible projects. And what are eligible projects? They must be projects that contribute overall to the reduction on the impact of on the environmental sustainability. So it also means that you are required to take environmental factors into account when you are deploying funds. And there are various green finance products all over the world: green bonds, green mortgages, green banking, green homes, green credit, green insurance. But I just want to focus on green bonds here because this is what has been they have a clearly defined framework that we have in Nigeria. Both the SEC and Nigerian Stock Exchange, NGS, they have regulations guiding the issuance of green bonds. So they've defined what are eligible projects. They've listed the eligible projects. I have them in my presentation: renewable and sustainable energy, clean transportation, sustainable water management, and so on and so forth. They've defined the conditions. They've defined the conditions for applying for green bonds, in terms of your report that you have to do and your commitment, because green financing is about reporting on the impacts of your investment at the end of the day. So you have to give that commitment that enables people to see the impact of commitment, benefits of green bonds. And I gave a brief update on the green bond market in Nigeria. The first green bond was issued in 2017 and several other ones. But particular, I encourage you, if you want to study green bonds, take a look at the Access Bank's green bond. You know, it's done very well in the market, and it's a big example all over the world. So let me now pull it all together as I round up. Circular economy. How do we move real estate into a circular economy? And I've defined circular economy as a system driven by reuse and regeneration of products and materials for production of new materials to reduce waste through sustainable, environmentally friendly methods. You know, but like I said in this presentation, circularity is antithetical to the built environment because it operates on a linear process: extraction, use, and disposal of resources. But that is what we have to change. We have to take real estate from that simple linear process to a system that understands that the materials that we bring into the ecosystem, we have to find a way of preserving, reusing, remaking those materials. And I already gave the example of wood in your designs. You know, I took a look at the three principles, the three key principles of the circular economy. I will just keep that because I really need to round up. I want to go to my last slide, which is a very interesting case study on circular economy. I mean, and I saw a lot of case studies, but I found this one particularly fascinating. This building, I don't know whether you are seeing it on the slide, is Villa Well Pello, is in the Netherlands. This building was completed with salvaged materials. 60% of locally recovered materials were used within the project. Now, I think that is phenomenal. You know, and the more interesting thing to me is that with the success of this by that company, they have now moved to a level that their strategy is to utilize in 90% of the company's projects. So for every project that company does today, they have a framework that helps to ensure that whatever materials they recover from either demolition or destabilization or whatever, they keep it, they remake it, they reuse it. However, you can't just, and I'll just go back to the example that I gave, that it has to be deliberate. If you are using wood in a building, and you already know that in the future, your philosophy is that you want the wood to be usable in the future. And if it is not usable, to be seamlessly, to be biodegraded, to go back to the earth. That is the principle. It's either you reuse it or make it go back to the earth where it came from originally, so that it can further replenish the earth. That is the principle of circular economy. If you're using wood, you must know that if that is your objective, the wood you use in the building must also be completed with biodegradable materials. You cannot use nuts and bolts, because when you use nuts and bolts, when you get to the level of demolition, you have to bring the wood. In the press, you have to remove the nuts and bolts. And what happens? You call Baba Sheriff and Suliat to come and carry the wood, to come and use it to make firewood. That is not what circular economy is saying. So as I round up, it's a challenge for us as an industry. And the challenge is to recognize that there's a major shift. There's a major shift from linear processes to circularity. Real estate has to latch on this, particularly in this country. You know, as I was preparing this paper and I was looking at various case studies, it started occurring to me that, I'm rounding up, it started occurring to me that a lot of the things that we have done, people have done better. But as we have conversations like this, I'm sure it is clear to us that this is a new path, and as an industry, we have no choice but to follow this new path. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Wow.
Thank you very much, the chairman, Eximia Realty Company Limited, Mr. Hakim Oguniro, for that lovely presentation. Thank you. And also to inform us, after the next presentation, we'll be going for lunch. So please, just know that there is a lot for us to eat and a lot for us to drink. So please, we also want to appeal to all our members and delegates to conduct ourselves in a way and manner that to make the food to go round. Please, that is also very important. And I've been told that we're going to have a Q&A session for just 10 minutes. We'll bring up the 3 speakers back up stage as soon as we're done with the next speaker. Financial and tech innovation in real estate negotiation, development and resale. Dr. Roland Igbinoba, please a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage for a 20 minutes presentation.
Dr. Roland Igbinoba has garnered over 23 years experience in the financial services industry in Nigeria, having worked with the United Bank of Africa PLC, Oshoni Bank of Nigeria, and the National Bank of Nigeria. Alongside an international housing finance consortium, Roland recently completed the financial model and visibility for student housing in Nigeria, a project led by the Ministry of Finance, the French Development Bank, and Family Homes Fund, I beg your pardon. He was also recently a consultant with the World Bank on the design and transaction structure of the Family Homes Fund, a 500 billion social intervention program for housing by the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Roland was headhunted by the federal government of Nigeria in July 2013 to lead the turnaround and recapitalization of the moribund Federal Housing Authority homes, a mortgage bank now known as FHA Mortgage Bank Limited. Within a 6-month period, the bank was recapitalized and returned to profitability. Roland was appointed by the federal government of Nigeria, the team lead for the real estate and construction sector under the job creation unit of the Office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria between 2016 and 2018. Roland is currently a member of the Technical Committee, Mortgage Sector, of the Financial System Strategy 2020, a federal government bank of Nigerian financial sector that is driven by the central bank. He is an alumnus of the School of Management, Cranfield University, UK. He's currently leading the development and organization of top tech industry in Nigeria. This task involves helping both the private sector and government with policy frameworks, execution, and the advocacy for an enabling environment and investment climate regime for prop tech companies in the country. He is the president of the Nigerian Prop Tech Association. He is also the founder of Peace and Housing Company and the Roland Igbinoba Real Foundation for Housing and Urban Development. He's a serial prop tech entrepreneur with 11 portfolio companies operating under Prop Tech 54 Venture Capital and Accelerator Program. One of such of the companies is Prop Crowdy, a SEC license, that Security and Exchange Commission license, real estate crowdfunding platform. He is an alumnus of the Harvard University Graduate School of Design with a concentration in real estate development and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Dr. Roland Igbinoba as he takes us on financial and tech innovation in real estate negotiation, development in 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to say a big thank you to the president and chairman in council of Niesv, and also a big thank you for my big brother Benga Alania for asking me to come and discuss technology. Do we have my slides up? Great, thank you very much. Now, in my topic, there are 3 keywords that I want to try and break down as it concerns technology, okay? So you can go to the next slide. 3 keywords are negotiation, development, and resale. because that is what the topic says. Now, it is very interesting. It's a good thing that my big brother Akim Oguniro mentioned that real estate, lagged behind when there were emerging things. When the banking sector was talking about technology, we were lacking behind. And if you look across the real estate value chain, right from access to land up until you get to the operations and maintenance of the building, at every point in that value chain, whether it is marketing, like I said, whether it's access to land, whether it is titling, whether it is marketing, whether it is financing, whether it is property management, across that value chain, there is a technology solution that can be deployed. And so globally, you have under the prop tech subsector, just heard about what the Security and Exchange Commission, did recently. I think even before the P1 case, there was one, I think it was Hector Vest or something again in Abuja where they had that issue, right? Now, if you look at what does technology solve, if you look at the challenges that technologies try to solve, moving from, from sort of chaos, right, to bringing in innovations. If you look at marketplace today, we don't have, how many of us interact with marketplaces when you want to buy a property? Even when you interact with marketplace in buying properties, you find out that even a property that has been sold 6 months, 12 months is still appearing on that list. And what you hear is that that list is verified. Okay, like I said, I'm very careful to share this in this room because I believe that the change that we need in technology is going to happen if only those of us in this room, try to solve that problem. And like I said, just picture the value chain in your mind. And I've said in my next slide that you should look at, for example, just take, for example, you wanted to buy a real estate property, okay? And then you go to an online platform where you see the property. And on that online platform, you can verify the owners of this property and that this property is genuine. You might want to go to the next slide so that they can see what I'm talking about. You want to verify that this property is genuine and that if you key into this property, you are not going to have any of those issues. And then the next thing is you can quickly on that portal, okay, see the valuation of that property. I know that that's a big conversation. I'll get to it. I have this in the slide. Since we're all experts, valuers in the room. Now, imagine that you can get an AI to value the cost of that property. What happens? You begin to see some level of transparency in doing that transaction. And then you move to agreement. You can do digital agreements. And then you have a secure escrow. What do I mean by secure escrow? Today, the challenges with a lot of buyers if you make a 20% deposit, remember, this real estate developer has collected a 50% interest loan, right? And now you do a deposit for 20% or 10% for that property. So he collects so many 20% equity down payments, right? What happens? The dollar moves against him. Building material prices moves against him. He's paying 50% interest rate, right? On the money that he has borrowed, the 80% to do that project, right? What do you think is going to happen? If you were him, what will you do? All right. And this is where technology plays a role. If this developer collects 20% or 10% or 30% deposit, and it is escrowed in an account, and he can go and look for where he can finance that transaction. What it means is that he does not draw down on the escrow until he's completed the project, or it is crystal clear that he can complete that project. Okay? Move to the, let's go on to the next slide. I'm just trying to rush through this. And so again, when you look at financing, right? Today, we're talking about alternative, that there are alternative financing. There's digital assets of marketing, right? Even for modular construction, you can find technologies. I mean, we've spoken about ESG, so I'll just run and then take a case of a crowdfunding. So if you move to the next slide, I'm just going to give you a pilot case where I talked about crowdfunding. So like you heard in the introduction, Top Crowdy is a company that I co-founded, and we are one of the 5 security and exchange licensed platforms to do crowdfunding. But Prop Crowdy is the only company that is focused on real estate. So what we did was to do a pilot of funding a 12-unit apartment in Lagos, where the developer was nearing completion. And it was very transparent, okay? That project was only 100 million naira because it was a pilot. But what happened? The people who invested in that project could look at the videos of how that project is progressing. We gave them returns on a monthly and quarterly basis. At the end of the day, that pilot project for people who invested have been paid out today. And that is why you see SEC going around saying that some of these transactions that you see are Ponzi. When there's no transparency, okay, on the platform for that pilot transaction, you could see the development, you know who is doing that development. We have cameras on site, you could see the progress of that development. And that's how technology can help you. Now, let me move to resale, okay? Basically, when you talk about resale, either you want to move to a bigger house, or you are reselling because there is a dead asset that you want to try and structure a REIT, or you want to make that asset. You can move to the next slide. I hope you guys are following me, you know, or whether you want to do cash flows, or maybe you need cash flows for your transaction. That's why you resell. Today, I don't know how many of us, if I were the percentage, and I'm asking this because we are transactors in the room. You know, if I wanted to have a guesstimate of what is the percentage of resale transactions that we have done, maybe from 0 to 100%, what would you think in your portfolio? Resale meaning somebody who has bought a house and wants to sell it. Can somebody just hazard a guesstimate to help me? In your entire portfolio, how many of that portfolio is resale? I just need somebody to help me. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Sorry? 10%? Okay, so this is another problem that technology can solve. Okay? And since we are transactors in the room, if we could just throw our data into some pool, okay, we'll be able to get that data. Someone should have just gone to Niesv's website now and check that data. Technology can help you solve that problem, because we cannot continue to work in some level of opacity And that's where problems comes in the market. Another thing that I want to quickly move on to is attracting diaspora, right? How is technology helping? Now, if you look at the instance that I just said, where you want to go and inspect a property, or you want to go and check the authenticity of a property, you don't expect that because I want to buy a house of 100 million naira, okay, I would have to travel when I'm not in the country, or have to travel from one state to the other. Yes, if you are in one of the states in the country, you can. But if you live outside the country, it becomes very difficult. And this is where technology comes in. So imagine using technology to build a platform where, you know, pieces of a house, which is fractional ownership. And what's going to happen is that a lot of the remittances, you know, because today, why are people in diaspora afraid of doing investment? Because they don't know who's going to receive that money. They don't know whose hand that money is going to be in. And so they are afraid that will this happen? But if they can log on to a platform, okay, that attracts those remittances, and they can see the extent of work that is being done, what happens? That issue of transparency, you know, is
So you tell us your name and we'll go straight to your question. Our ushers, look at the microphones here. So one on the left and one on the right. So it makes it easy for us. So please, you have a question. Can we have your hand? And we'll proceed. We have 10 minutes for this. When our last speaker came up, Dr. Roland, I saw the way some people were looking at him. These are tech people. They don't wear tie like you, but their account is causing query all over the world. Thank you, sir. At least by the time we add your sneakers and the top and all these designers, we know what it equals to. I'm already doing the evaluation. All right. So please, can we have your questions? Okay, please, we have one hand up there. Your name. Another hand is up here. Yes, so we need to know that each of them is taking 3 questions for each of our speakers. So each of us gets 3 questions. So we pray it moves fast. The man on red cap, we'll take one from this row, one from this row, one from this row, so that we can.
Okay, standing on the existing protocol. My question.
Your name, sir?
My name is Kevin Ophili, a fellow of the institution. My question goes to the AI man. When we talk of building data in Nigeria, the challenge I have is that we do it without having everybody that need to be in the same hall to talk it.
I'm being given signal that our lunch is for 3 o'clock. I will not meet it.
My name is Fumi. My question is to the second presenter. And when he was talking about reusable materials, I'm considering looking at them with as against costs, durability, sustainability. Would like you to write on that. Thank you.
That is for Mr. Hakim Oguniro. So we have one more, we have one hand here. Our ushers, can we move? Thank you. The president is already telling me that we're wrapping that up. Nobody's asking Mr. Jonathan Kohler any question. You have to ask. Your name, sir?
My name is Mike Olaleko.
All right.
Please, I want to ask Mr. Jonathan Kohler.
Thank you.
I know he has spoken a lot, and I just want to ask, is there a platform or a way you use to mentor young people that actually want to grow in real estate? Is there a mentorship platform or a way you use to encourage the young people to learn some of those things you do so that they can replicate it? Thank you.
Thank you. That's our final question. So, Mr. Jonathan, we'll start with you. You're good?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, so I mean, we've got mentorship programs within our business. It's always difficult to sort of offer mentorship programs to anyone, because we have to give preference to our people, but I mean, what we do is really get sales training in our business. I touched on it in my talk, but we've got sales consultant trainers in our business, which we briefed to be in the business for as long as we are in business, so it's not, the normal sales training that we do in terms of, the basics that a sales and rental agent needs to do, posting on social media, coming into the office, making 25 cold calls, making sure that their boards are up outside their properties, re-optimizing the properties on the property portals. Like in South Africa, we've got Property24 and Private Property, which are the main portals that we advertise on. So we give them that structure. But the sales consultants in our business, they're literally in our business every single month going forward. Because what I've learned is that you have to say things 100 times before they actually sink in. And I think I underestimated in my business, because I can sell, I underestimate, like when my sales team wasn't performing and we weren't hitting the targets, I got super frustrated. And what I realized is that just because I can sell, it doesn't mean that my team can sell. And I think training and reinvesting in your staff, but not once, not a consultant that comes in and teaches your guys how to sell in 6 months, a person that monitors them every single month going forward and making sure that they're getting better and better and better. And, doing well in real estate, it's easy if you stick to the fundamentals. The agents in my business that do well are the agents that buy into the training. They've branded their car. They're posting on social media every single day, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter. They're coming into the office every single day. They've got structure. I find that a lot of sales consultants don't come to the office. They work from home. They've got a very unstructured approach to sales. Come into the office first thing in the morning, do the fundamentals, repost your ads, etc., and keep that training going forward, and you'll increase your sales. It's as simple as that.
Okay, thank you. The question is whether we should speak about the cost of reusability, remanufacturing. And I think there are two answers to the question. The first answer is that we have to start thinking beyond the short term. We have to start thinking medium to long term. Part of the challenge that solar alternative energy had in this country was that the setup cost was always considered very high. I remember that as a developer, we had a major development and we had looked for alternative energy all over the world, and then we brought in a solution. But because of the initial setup cost, most of the buyers rejected it, not realizing that if you make this investment today, 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the line, they're still going to be enjoying it, which is all of us are now running back to alternative energy now. So the first thing is I have to start thinking beyond immediate short-term gains and profits and things like that. If you think long-term, ultimately, this system of circular economy will will deliver much better value than what we currently do? That's my first question. The second question is that, we also have to start, when we want to begin to think circularity in real estate, we have to broaden our mind. We have to look beyond what we currently do completely. This involves a whole new paradigm shift that tells us that we're balancing profit with protection of the environment. So there might even be instances that your objective might not necessarily be to maximize profit. Your objective might just be to meet certain threshold standards which have been set in order to ensure that all of us as a community, all of us as a country, we meet the environmental standards that will enable us to preserve our environment for the future generations. So when you balance this type of thinking, you'll discover that it becomes easier for you to take a position on that particular issue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. The two questions are kind of intertwined, but I'll go. So how do you deal with not having everybody in the room, right? Now, I think the reason why the sales transaction is a different figure, and then you have the lawyer drafting a different figure, is because of taxes, right? I think that's the simple reason, okay? If taxes were at 0.5% or 1% of the transaction, you will have that uniformity. But this is where the institution needs to come into play. When I do management consulting and strategy sessions for real estate developers and institutions, I always share with them that, look, if you want to scale or if you want to experience growth, you have to look at your business from three perspectives, okay? You look at your firm comes on top of that pyramid. We're going to draw a pyramid. And then you have your sector. And then at the base, you have the industry, okay?
going to present plaques to them. So I want to invite you to come up and please can I give our president a round of applause as he comes to present the plaques to our resource persons. So our resource persons are still here with us. You can meet them on a one-on-one and ask your questions and get clearance. Mr. President, sir. So the first on that list is Mr. Jonathan Kola, and we have Mr. Hakim Ogunira. We also have Dr. Roland.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Before I present the plaques, please, I want to make this announcement. I have seen that a lot of us are agitated about our conference materials. But let me apologize that the bags are not fully here. The bags have been in Abuja since yesterday morning. We actually made these bags in China and we got it directly. It came with Turkish Airlines. And unfortunately, the first bag that we got actually was taken to Lagos and then shipped back here. The Turkish airline landed in Abuja going to Lagos. They said they were going to take the bags to Lagos. And the contractor or whatever has been working to make sure that they discharge. As we speak, the bags are being discharged and being transported here. So please take this as apologies for the delay, especially the fellows. I'm sure all the disappointments you have so far, when you see the bags, they will vanish. We have taken special care to look after you. Please accept our apologies. Secondly, about this venue, this is not actually what we paid for. It's for the 4 ballrooms. But the Sheraton, the Abuja Continental Hotel came to us yesterday morning. I think there was a conflict. They had booked that before we booked the whole ballrooms. They came and apologized and begged. And it's only for today. So tomorrow we are going to have the full complement of our halls. So sorry for the inadequacy of the hall. We are very, very, very sorry. So tomorrow we're going to have our own rooms. I hope our apology is accepted. Thank you so much. Now, to the lovely presentation that we've got. I think Jonathan spoke to us based on his experience, and I think there's a lot to learn about real estate services entrepreneurship, and we appreciate that. Lansdowne is a company that those of us who are conversant with the social media and other platforms, we're familiar with, so we know. So thank you so much. Hakim is a veteran, and he's been playing in this sector for a very long time. And thank God he's still very active. And he's even going into partnership with 2 of our most respected members, Benga and Chudi Bosi. Thank you so much again for coming. And Dr. Igbinoba, who has become a veteran in addressing us at our conferences. I can assure you, we are not afraid of AI, because at the end of the day, valuation is not just science, it's science and arts. If you feed the scientific data into your system, you still need that artistic judgment to make valid. But I can understand the portfolio nature of it. And that is why even in technology advanced countries, like in the US or in Europe, they still don't 100% rely on AI-driven valuation. There is still proper valuation. And there is something we are working on, in terms of, getting proposal to the government. If you go to the United Kingdom, you see an agency called Valuation Office Agency. Their role is actually to carry out valuation for all manner of taxation, including business rates or council tax or whatever. So we are not afraid. Or are you afraid of AI? We are not afraid. We embrace AI. And the last suggestion about $350,000 to establish a property index. I think Doctor will do us well by partnering with us. If you can actually partner with us to the tune of about 50% of that cost, I think we might look at that. It's not a problem. Please, can you give him a round of applause? And if he says it's not a problem, I can assure you that the institution will take it seriously. This is something we will do. We are very proud. This conference was actually came about because we got good sponsorship from corporate organization. So if you want to partner with us on that, I think we will do it. Thank you very much. All right, can we now make the presentation? And please, after this, we have proper buffet lunch for everybody that is at this conference. So please enjoy yourself. Today and tomorrow, we have a tea break and buffet lunch, and you'll be told where we are supposed to go. Can I invite the first and second vice president to please come forward? Let us present this together. And then the first person is Mr. Jonathan Kola. Can we give him a round of applause? We thank you so much for your time. I think 2 days ago I spoke to Benga. I said, "Why is Jonathan leaving?" Because his plan is going to leave on Thursday morning. I said, "We have other programs. In the evening, we have treated you to something different. We have King Wasiu Ayinde Marshal entertaining us in this hall, and you will have loved it. It's Fuji music and and also our buffet." But Benga told me your wife's birthday is on the 10th, and the moment he told me that, I said that is a no-go area, so you are allowed to actually go back. So thank you very much for coming. The next person is Mr. Akim Oguniro. Why Akim continues to answer our call. Each time we call him to come and present papers, is that I think it runs in the family. Akim's wife is a professor of law at University of Lagos, right? So you can imagine why he's fluent and is happy to present. When you have a wife who's a professor, the husband will do well to actually sit right properly, not just. So I want to thank Akim and also thank your wife, because I'm sure she has been a source of inspiration for you in all this you are doing. Thank you so much for what you are doing for the industry. And the last person is Dr. Roland Igbinoba, who is now our partner in the property indices scheme. You see, don't mind his dressing to this to make this presentation. It's just to tell us that he's a tech industry, he's a techpreneur. What do they call him? The techpreneur. So he's come to us the way he is, so that we can appreciate and understand him. If you go to Silicon Valley, all those areas, this is how to dress, because they are not bothered about all this tie and shirts. They are too busy to do that, but they make a lot of money. So I want to thank Dr. Igbonoba for agreeing to partner us and underwriting 50% of the cost of that property index. Please, can we give him a round of applause? It's not easy now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will invite the other speakers to join so we have a group photograph together, before we. Please, trustees, I've been told you join the picture before we close that. Presidents, please, that are present, so have them join. So as soon as we're done with this, we'll be going for our lunch. So I'm going to be telling us how we'll go about that as soon as we're done with this photograph. Please, you can't leave the hall before the president. Please, that is not part of our training. Please, probationers and students, you don't leave the hall before the fellows and our leaders. We are not trained that way. So please, just sit down where you are. The food is not running away, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please, our past presidents, BOT chairman, the BOT chairman and members and our resource persons. Please, can you follow the president, please? And members of the management team, can we follow the president, please? Our fellows and associates, we have another venue for you for your lunch. Fellows, then associates. Fellows have their own place for their lunch. So please, can we follow the chairman, the president first? Please, can you bring that? Director. ICT Polytechnic, Academy of the States. Our rector is here with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Rector. Thank you for having you join us. Just know that after our lunch, we are coming back to the hall. The presidents, past presidents, POT members, management team, council members, please, can we follow members of the CAC to where we are having our lunch? Please, our CAC members, CPC members, please. So fellows, you have your own, fellows, you'll be taken to where you are having your own lunch. CAC, please, can you help us? Fellows to where they are having their own lunch. Our lunch is just 30 minutes. So management team
Board of Trustees, Council, please can we follow the president? Fellows, we'll follow our CSC members to your other venue for our own lunch. Associates, follow the CSC for your own place for lunch. Thank you. And we also have food courts, Aswes Garden. Food courts, Aswes Garden. If you don't like any of these arrangements, you can go to food courts. Thank you. Sound. Please, we are supposed to reconvene 30 minutes afterwards. After our lunch, 30 minutes, we are coming back to the ballroom.